You can't, the land goes off the chain.
Then I looked at it last time.
You got that.
Is it your-
We on tape and everything?
Yeah, I believe we are.
All right. So we've got for you today a proposal on all the outstanding issues.
Okay, all right.
So I'm going to give it to you and walk you through a couple of things. It's got some things that you're going to like and some things that you won't like. Imagine that.
Yeah.
I think these are all of the outstanding issues. And after you look at it,
Okay.
how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And after you pass those out, Wayne, maybe we can go back on one of the TA, just a couple of word changes we think we can make.
All right, well, let's talk about these first.
Thank you.
So I've given you proposals on management rights, association representatives, probationary employees, grievance and arbitration procedure, disciplinary action, holidays, annual leave, workers' comp, insurance, wages, authorized use of private vehicles, bulletin boards, and duration. They're pretty self-explanatory. However, I will say a few things about some of them for you to ponder. First, on management rights, the proposal that you gave to us on our management rights clause has a lot of problems to it from our perspective. It seems as though the proposal that you gave to us is essentially designed to strip us of our management rights and make it so that we can't even change policy without having negotiations with you all. And of course, the disciplinary action part of it is problematic, the just cause provision. And that goes hand in hand with what we've given back to you on that particular issue. It seems, just going back to our initial negotiations, we began with a proposal that was to have no binding arbitration for any disciplinary action whatsoever, and no reference to anything in the contract as it relates to the law enforcement officer's bill of rights. And you expressed your disagreement to that in pretty forceful terms, as I recall. And so we gave to you what I thought was a reasonable compromise. We gave to you a proposal that permitted binding arbitration for terminations in a separate disciplinary article, and also the reference to 112, but with a proviso that needed to be raised at a particular level in the process. You've rejected that. From what I understand, what you gave back to us is a full rejection of that whole proposal. And it appears to me as though you've insisted on having binding arbitration for all disciplinary actions, including counselings and suspensions and promotions and everything else. So that's a serious issue, Gary. We're still miles apart on that. So what we've given back to you is what we previously gave to you on management rights and on discipline and the law enforcement officers' bill of rights. It's our belief that what we gave to you was a reasonable compromise on that. So we're giving it to you again.
The mechanism that we have TA was on for discrimination, harassment, going to HR, for discipline being brief, right? That's what, we have the TA article?
That was on discrimination. The discrimination
Yeah,
that we
discrimination.
agreed to was if someone had an allegation of discrimination,
Right.
that they would bring it to HR.
And for union
Discrimination. They
discrimination,
get all the way to the city manager.
city
And
manager.
if they didn't get relief there, then
They
they
go
would
for it.
exercise their statutory rights. Yes.
Okay, now, in terms of then the ability, talking about management rights, right? Right.
Yeah, and it's really coupled with management rights, with probationary employees, grievances and arbitration and disciplinary action.
Okay.
Those are all kind of coupled together, if you ask me.
And I know, Wayne, you have told us, maybe not as forceful, but you told us how your position is that notwithstanding that the lieutenants have it, this is a different contract and you weren't a part of that contract. Matt and Jamie, of course, were. And, I guess Jamie was lead negotiator on that one. The thing that from sergeants and below, the bargaining unit that I'm here to represent can't accept is the distinction in the treatment of lieutenants versus the rest of the bargaining unit, the rest of the department of which our bargaining unit is. Nor does there seem to be a logical reason why. And I think from just if you look at it as a morale issue, it's no great secret in the department that the lieutenants have something now that at the negotiating table, the department and the city are pushing back on for the other rank and file officers. And that's a problem, and it will be a problem. The only way to rectify that is to give them the same thing. And that's all we're asking for. We're not asking for more than the lieutenants. We're only asking, Chief, for the same thing. I know the lieutenants are a lot of PBA people. I hate to bring that up, but it does smack of union discrimination.
Well, we've
Against
heard your
Iowa.
whole sermon on all that, so there's no need to repeat all that, Gary.
Well, if I need to repeat it because the chief wasn't here the last time,
No, you don't.
I want him to hear it because you weren't for the last one, Chief, when we were here 8 days ago. You weren't here on December 14th. No, you weren't. But
For the negotiations, Gary?
yes, you were not here on December 14th. The record will reflect that.
Nick, you were absent last time.
But
But-
when Gary gave his talk about disciplinary action and all
Yes.
that, the chief was present.
Well,
That was our
apparently
first
it's not resonating, Wayne, because
No.
we're not budging on that.
Well,
The
We
chief
are
wasn't
not
present
budging,
during
and
the-
you can't give me.
if you're not going to budge on it, then we're not going to get very far.
Then that's
Okay?
fine.
All right,
Then we'll go to impasse.
all right,
Because
fair enough.
you haven't articulated an explanation for why the lieutenants are getting something different. Other than Wayne Helsby wasn't sitting in the negotiation chair, and I'm sorry, that's not a good enough reason.
Okay, all right, got it. We're not going to get very far then. The
Okay?
rest of the stuff is pretty self-explanatory then. We've given you a proposal, we gave you a new wage proposal, which is different than what we had before. We threw in an extra holiday. And the others, again, are very self-explanatory. We're not willing to just get rid of the physical abilities test in workers' comp as you proposed. We're not willing to bind ourselves on insurance as you proposed to have us not increase rates, I think is the language that you used during the term of the contract. We are not willing to add 5 people to the association representative sitting at the bargaining table. I think what else? I think pretty much, we've added the holiday, we've added Martin Luther King. And which is something you requested. The annual leave, I believe you had proposed an increase in the accrual rates, which we're not in agreement with. The uniforms, I think you wanted us to add something on the vests, and we're not willing to add that in there. And I think that pretty much covers it. So, if we're not going to get anywhere on the discipline, then
I got a question.
Sure.
The last, when we were here the 14th, you said that the civil service rules implied that there was just cause for this.
You did.
So, if it.
yeah, I think that's subject to interpretation. It doesn't say it right in the civil service regulation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I know, but I'm going off of what you said, and Gary even reiterated, because we were like, well,
And Jamie confirmed that it's not in
so are we now saying that just cause is in the civil service rules? But we don't want to put it in the contract?
Again, it's subject to interpretation. This is just Wayne Helsby looking at those things. Gary and we could have 10 lawyers in a room and have 10 different interpretations.
But
The
when,
document is what it is. It doesn't say just cause in there, from what I recall, but
but you, when you're more seasoned than I am, and you've done more arbitrations probably than I have, and you well know that an
age discrimination.
arbitrator, an arbitrator or whoever is determining at Merit Systems rules will say, if it's not in the language, I can't read into it what's not there. It's the old thing like we hear legislating from the bench. Arbitrators won't do that. If it's not in writing, it's not there. Same thing that for these guys and these men and women in uniform, if they don't put it in the report, it's not there. It's their fault for not putting it in the report. We can't rely upon two people might infer that good cause or just cause is there when it doesn't say those words. Words mean something. And words mean just cause has a meaning that should apply to discipline, or it does apply to discipline. Again, it's a shame. I heard a lot of, I don't think I heard a single "we will agree" through you going through these, Wayne.
We offered you another wage package, which is an enhancement from what we did before. We offered you a holiday that you asked for, so
So
we
we
can't
got
agree
one
to that.
holiday, and you rejected our wage proposal and gave a counter proposal.
Yeah.
Everything else was rejected that we proposed.
Well, it is what it is. You can go back, look through it. That's pretty much where we're at.
I do want to bring up, and since she's here, he can elaborate if I'm off the mark, the importance for the sergeants and officers to have just cause and some binding arbitration is because there was a class given to the supervisors, basically called, where they describe a Powerball. And it is the supervisor's responsibility to make sure that any negative impact stays down on the lowest level and keeps it from going from the chief and on up. I didn't attend that class, I'm just hearing it. But that's an area of concern because the officer knows they're going to be the ones that, especially in this time period, are going to be laid out to like the sacrificial lamb. So I don't know exactly what was taught in that class, but there's some concern there.
Sergeant Carmen, were you in that class?
Yeah, we were in a class that discussed that. I think to honestly portray the class, the idea was the Powerball comes in when it is a organization-wide trend and not attributable to one officer or one immediate supervisor, but when you can establish that it was an ethos within the organization, that's when the Powerball comes in. I think that's a better way to describe it. Although there is, obviously, from the organizational standpoint, you want to push it down to the lowest level that you can. That only makes sense in order to protect the organization.
From my understanding, I was in the class,
Mhm.
these things interest me, but the Powerball says when it is the ethos, that gets up.
Correct.
So that's kind of opposite from what you were.
Right, but if you have a practice.
Right, so that the argument would be, then the counter argument to that would be, then it pays for the organization to push down the blame as far as they can.
But that's not.
And
what
that's
the
where the,
audit was.
that's correct, but that's where the concern has been raised, yes.
What was the one that you wanted to talk about that we'd already TA'd, Gary?
Yeah, it was on overtime, hours of work and overtime was page 28 under XX.11, where it had that the employee would arrive within 20 minutes. We've been told by people that based on where they reside, that that's just not reasonable. So we want to change that to as expeditiously as possible,
So you're withdrawing the TA?
unless the city's willing to agree to that modification. Sergeant Carmen himself said there's no way he could get,
It's for call outs, like for
If you get
detectives or.
recalled, whatever. We have, most of the detectives live on the west side of the county now. I live on the south end of the county. If I'm standing next to my truck, I could not make it to the PD in 20 minutes. We're not wanting it extended to hours and hours, just removing that 20-minute time limit.
Mirrors policy.
and apparently the policy doesn't have 20 minutes in it.
What was the section number on that? Do you know?
It was .11,
Page 26
page 26 of,
or 28.
I'm sorry, yeah, 28 of 62.
Tell me again. It's on page 28. I know that, but what?
It's .11,
Pass that to me.
subsection 11. This is what.
Last one.
Warren, are you talking about calls
Yes, sir. If we got called out from home.
It's for 60.
or like the special?
The detectives get called in, or if I get like a DRE call or whatever, the contract will require us to be there in 20 minutes. That's just not possible for most of us.
All right, so this is your counter proposal.
In the policy, it's under communications.
DRE.
That's called.
It's not restrictive on call, but this is saying if you get recalled, you have to be able to be there in 20 minutes.
All right, so I assume then you're not even willing to take our proposals to a vote or anything like that?
You guys want a couple of minutes talking about this?
Yeah, I'm just, so I'm clear, at this point, it's take it or leave it. It's not, we can go through the ones that we can agree on and try and TA on them. This whole thing is take it or leave it.
We could go through and try to agree on some others if you want. I don't know. I mean, if you want to, you can look at them and see if there's any that you want to try to get
Yeah, I think that would
taken away.
be worth doing.
That's a good question. If it's not a take it or leave it, and we can talk about each one, then we're willing to do that, see if we can reach any common ground on some of these. And in your global proposal, though, am I correct, then the city has rejected the proposed article on Bill of Rights?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And we've given you a proposal on the Bill of Rights and when it needs to be raised. I think it's in the discipline.
Let me find that. Okay, so I see that it can be raised in arbitration. Subsection F, 3F.
3F.
Is that the only time it can be raised? Is that the city's proposal?
It needs to be raised in writing prior to step 2 of the grievance procedure in order for an arbitrator to take that into consideration, yes. So we're okay with it being raised, but we don't want to be ambushed with it. We want to have some previous notice that there is. a
Okay.
112 call.
Can it be raised, obviously, during an actual IA? As the statute.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, that's statutory. Sure. Yeah, Gary, to answer your question, presumably, I mean, you raise it during the IA, that's fine. And then the IA is completed, there's disciplinary action, there's the steps in the grievance procedure, and we're just saying that you've got to raise it during the steps of the grievance procedure if you have it in the IA.
On the grievance, page 2 of the grievance, proposed grievance procedure, it's like there's a typo where it says step 3 twice. I assume that you meant step 2.
Tell me again.
Second page of the grievances. It says step 3, step 3. I guess.
Yeah, that's just a typo.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a typo.
Okay. All right. So I guess, well, in the order that you present, yeah, give us just a few, maybe we can knock on the doors.
Keep in mind, I've got that call with the Department of Justice at 9 o'clock, so.
Okay. Well,
we'll knock one out.
maybe we could go ahead and just spend as much time as we need from now through your call, and then when you come back in, we can see if we've.
All right, my call should not take long, I don't think, so. You want to just plan on reconvening at 9:30?
Yeah. And then you guys also let us know on that as expeditiously as possible, or words to that effect, instead of the 20 minutes.
We can talk about that. Okay. 9:30 it is.
Chief, that's under the communication policy. That language, I call out, that's the actual language from that policy.
And I
Gary, I
also
just looked at my
think
calendar.
these
I apologize.
were
I was
clean
thinking the
versions of the
7th or
TAs.
so.
No
They
problem.
provided
No
marker
problem.
You're
versions
absolutely right.
to
I
review
had the day off.
No,
that day.
no problem.
All of them?
I was
There were only 3
actually
that I
expecting you that day, and I didn't
printed
see it.
off.
That's why
I printed out clean
I have-
copies.
I remembered it.
Family to take care of, so I couldn't.
No worries. through the ones that we think we can agree to and then save like grievances, disciplinary action, and wages. And we'll still discuss those, but maybe we can TA some of these other ones that I think we're in agreement with.
All right,
That sound good?
sure.
Okay.
Wait.
In the order you gave them to me, I'm gonna go all the way to, it looks like holidays. Absent one change that I think was just a typo, where it says 7 in the first sentence. I think it should be 8.
And we made that change in XX3, so I think that is correct. Is that right, Jamie?
So we can agree on holidays with that just correction, I guess.
All right, I'm going to put my initials next to the 8 on XX1, and otherwise sign it. That's all right.
Maybe so, I know we didn't kind of ever talk about this, but I want to make sure we're highlighting because it is a little bit different than, so the dumps of the time, the floating, the birthday, that are all going to be at the same time of the year. I just want to make sure
On
we're
those 4
transparent
days?
that, yeah, because
Floating
currently
on.
it's 3 at January 1 in October. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. I didn't want any.
So for those 4 days, floating holiday, employee birthday, Veterans Day, and Good Friday will all be dumped. You know approximately what time of year, Jamie?
We do it the first full pay period-ish in January.
Okay,
So currently it's 3 in January, 1 in October. We're just going to do all 4.
okay.
Sounds good.
Do you think that needs to be included in an additional sentence?
It is in here. It says
Oh,
the hours
I'm
will be
sorry.
credited
Yeah.
with the last.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah,
second
gotcha,
to last
gotcha. I'm
sentence.
sorry. I thought
just
you
wanted
were
to call-
verbally telling us
No,
something.
I wanted to call it out because it's a little bit of change than the way it's currently administered.
My initials are on the side there too, yeah, just so.
Yeah, one of those extra smart people. He's a lefty. I'm an old righty.
I think Heather's gonna actually, because
Okay,
we've been trying to do clean copies of the
Clean.
articles so that, since it's
Okay.
a new contract, so. No, that's not.
okay.
Heather's been keeping these, right?
Yes. Now, the other one that we had no changes to is insurance. We would love the commitment that we had proposed, but we understand. So we'll accept that.
All right.
Okay. While Justin's signing that one, authorized use of private vehicles. We're okay with that. I think there is possibly one word that in the second line, first, that point 1 where it says for compensation at. I think it's supposed to be as.
Great. We'll make that change. Correct, Jamie?
Yeah, I think just act comes out altogether, eligible for compensation if the use is in accordance with.
Yeah. For compensation as if the use.
Nah, I think
She's
it
saying
has
we
to
can
be
just strike
if-
as
At
if the,
altogether. Be
Oh,
eligible for
okay,
compensation if
Yes,
the
yeah.
use is in accordance.
okay. So now we'll read for compensation in accordance with, okay, that's fine. And while you're printing that one, bulletin boards and duration of agreement, I think are both fine.
We'll have signature lines on the bulletin boards.
We're gonna have to figure out the duration.
Yeah, yeah,
The
we
way
have
it's written is
duration.
fine.
Just a question on bulletin board, where it says partial use though of existing. Does that mean because it's going to be shared with, I guess, the other union, or what's the thinking on that?
So, I mean, full transparency, this is the same language in our NAGE contract,
Okay,
which some areas, we've got bigger bulletin boards that have our employment poster that, they
Yeah.
don't post a whole lot, that we allow them to post a couple of things on that same one. I know at the PD, I think you guys have a separate one, which I think is shared amongst all, you have 3 units at the PD actually.
okay. Like, can there just be a designated section that's, so they're not fighting over, oh, that's our space, you got our space? Or-
I don't think it's-
want
it's
to
only shared-
personally be the
It's not
bulletin
shared by
board
NAGE
monitor.
though.
I don't know.
The one that we have is only DBA right now.
I don't know, and I don't care to be the bulletin board monitor, so.
Oh, come on.
All I'm saying is,
I thought that
we'll
was
give
buried
you
in your
some
job
bulletin board
description.
space if you don't like it,
If you guys have a concern on bulletin boards, just let us know.
Okay.
Put it divided
Yeah,
there.
if you can just have it
Tape or
divided,
With
that's fair.
Just
Really?
Ayup on top. Yeah, that's, we're right, we're good with that.
With a piece of tape
There you go.
or something, just
Yeah.
something to just
Sure.
kind of separate.
That's
I guess.
fine.
Is that what
It's
you're
probably
looking
for
for?
clarity too, chief, because that way people might say, oh, is this a PBA matter or an IUPA matter? If it's got a delineation or something, a line, that's fine.
We'll split it diagonal so we can both have it.
Yeah, there you go.
Good Lord. Can we
And then
make it
on
more difficult?
duration,
Yeah, we might as well hold off on that because it's not even
Oh.
dated.
okay,
Yeah, the razor one.
that's true. Okay. All right, so going back,
Probably not the same to mark the top, right? We're gonna make you re-sign.
We'll re-sign 'em, I don't-
Copies, just so you know.
That's fine.
Working on it.
That way we at least just have it
It's
on there.
symbolic, yeah, this is what we agreed to, we're gonna clean it.
okay, on management rights, I don't know if we can,
Fine, just tackle that one.
I don't know if we can reach agreement on this one. We still believe our version is fair, because, the reason we wanted a new D, to reward or reprimand, discharge, or otherwise discipline an employee for just cause, is because just cause is obviously going to be mentioned later. I'm just giving you our
Yeah,
explanation.
we'll just set it aside. That's fine.
Okay.
We beat that horse for that.
Okay, so I guess for today's purposes, we can say we still prefer our version.
Understood.
Okay, now going on to association representatives. I think we're pretty close here. We're in agreement with your first provision, second provision. The third one, I want to explain our rationale for that. It's twofold. One is there's precedence that the PBA's been allowed have both an attorney and a rep present in the past. But second, and this is more the common sense reason, is that I may know the legal side of things with Office of Right, but our business agent, whether it's Greg or someone else after him, knows maybe the policies better and has been a police officer. And they can be of assistance to me if I'm over here and we're reviewing the package of information before the officer's question. So that's why we still prefer, for those two reasons. One is there's been precedence to permit it in the past, and two, because obviously it's a help to me and the officer to have the business agent, or it could be Justin as the president and myself there. Now, we will agree, we don't ask, the IA, we don't interrupt the IA, we don't ask questions. Sometimes the IA investigator has said, is there anything the officer or you would like to say at the end? But we don't, so it wouldn't create a disruption, so that's a further reason. We're fine with your proposed point. I think it's a double numbered 0.3, but it would be your 0.4. For the next one, we're about 2 members. We'd be willing to propose 3 members. We had 5 in our original proposal. We're willing to propose 3 as a compromise, with the rest of the language being the same. And then our 0.6 that we had previously, Wayne, this goes to the case you mentioned down south.
Yeah.
I thought we had reached agreement that they could attend but be unpaid. So we had some language, I'll just read this 2 sentences to you. Two executive board members shall be permitted to attend local and state seminar functions of the association, period. No compensation shall be allowed for expenses. No compounding of compensation shall be allowed for functions occurring on leave or holidays. That was our,
Yeah, you gave me that before.
we took out the without loss of pay. So this would accomplish allowing members to attend a seminar at their own expense. Or I guess they could use their accrued
Yeah, vacation.
vacation, but
So, and I'm just trying to figure, because if I read that language, I don't know if it's clear that they're on, not on city time based on that language, because we say no reimbursement of expenses. So obviously, I think
we
no
can put it
hotels,
on.
no this, that, everything, so I just think
We could put it on their own time.
Yeah,
their
I
own
just-
vacation.
they can use their accrued
Accrued
leave,
vacation.
and at their own personal expense in terms of lodging, meals, et cetera. So that's kind of what we're proposing there.
All right, well, we said at the beginning of these negotiations, there'll be times when we agree to disagree, so there's one of them, so.
Okay.
Set that aside.
All right. Let's see, probationary employees. I think we only have one word
You wanted to add just cause.
on probationary employees.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Well, yeah, in essence, by taking out the word disciplined after maybe laid off. Just because even a probationary officer, if they're terminated, it may derail if they don't have even a right to put forth an argument to illustrate a lack of just cause, and it could be detrimental to his or her career.
And as we discussed, if you include the term just cause in here, then it implies to me that once they survive probation, I shouldn't say survive, but they are released from probation and become regular employees, it implies that they then have a just cause standard.
Okay, yeah, just be clear though, when we're not asking for just cause to be added, we're asking for the word discipline to be struck
From your proposal.
on the 3rd line, right after laid off. Literally take out the word disciplined. So employees may be laid off or discharged.
So the one I gave to you, you just want the word discipline struck.
Yes.
So it would say, new members classified as probation, first 365 days of employment, during which time such employees may be laid off or discharged without recourse to the grievance and arbitration procedures. So if they were disciplined during their probationary period, would they have recourse to the grievance procedure?
Yeah, like let's say they get a 1-day suspension, a probationary officer. He or she could still at least grieve that. They could, but otherwise they have no
All right, well,
ability.
that's where we depart. We keep, well, our position is that we don't want disciplinary actions other than termination to be part of the grievance process. So
All right, we'll set that aside then.
set that aside.
All right. Let's skip grievances, disciplinary action for a moment, go on to annual leave. We only have one proposed re-inclusion on annual leave, and that is on page 2, under XX2C, maximum accrual carryover.
It would be for the after January.
And we had some language that we wanted included that for, if someone has more than 320 hours, which I don't think is very many, of course, would be paid back to them.
For the new
It's
hires that
exit,
currently
yes, the new
forfeit.
hires.
Yes.
Because we do have a memo issued from
An email.
an email issued from the patrol captain saying that she may not be granting vacations because of the manpower shortage. So if the guys get turned down, they shouldn't have to forfeit. That's just not right. If we're so short, we got to keep them to work. You shouldn't not pay them for the time that they burn.
So we're wanting to mirror what the other ones have after the 320. It rolls
Skip
into the
it.
ICMA, or they can get paid
Yeah,
back at the end
We
of the year.
we can reapproach that later when manpower comes up if you want.
So I would say, you know, we've ran into issues where come in, and I can't commit to anything because this is, you know, but we ran into issues where we've had successfully come to an agreement that there is a outstanding mitigating circumstance that we acknowledge employees couldn't forfeit, and we have extended their time to use that. I think that if we want to explore something like that, but this fundamentally substantially changes the benefit long-term going forward, which has a large cost impact to the city, so.
All right, so set that aside then.
At least it's something we can talk about, hopefully.
Okay, I'll set that aside. Okay, on uniforms, we accept most of it. The union counter proposes on shoes to go back again to 2 pairs per year, unless authorized by the chief. And adding back in the load-bearing external vest carrier. And Jared, did you have something? You made a good point about that.
I know that the argument here for the vest is a health and safety thing for the officers' well-being as they progress through their career. I know one of the issues that came up was the cost. So the cost was, I think it's finalized. It was presented to the chief's office for about the cost, about $160 per carrier. And what I discussed briefly with Chief Grimaldi was if he wanted to make changes to the equipment list, because there is some things that are not used anymore, like some of the short sleeve shirts. A lot of officers do not wear them. So you can reduce some of your costs with that. Instead of issuing out 3, maybe issue out 1 or 2, 1 long sleeve shirt instead of 2, leaving that up. So if it's a cost issue, now you've got your cost problem solved. Because the whole point of the load bearing vest is a health and safety thing. We're not asking for it because it looks cool, it's because it actually benefits the officers who you're also asking to do a physical abilities test. And stay healthy, stay active. And this is also going to reduce work comp claims, injuries, substantial injuries. So that's the whole point that we wanted in the contract. We're not asking for a specific brand. We're not asking for a specific style or color. That's all determined from the chief's office. We're just asking for the language of the issuance of a load-bearing external carrier.
We've been in the process of purchasing them, as I recall. Yeah.
I think they're good fittings, I think.
Yeah. So we're in the process of doing that right now. We're just not willing to commit to something in the contract that guarantees that they'll be given to everybody. I mean, it's just that we're not at a juncture yet where we can do that. That's all.
As far as the shirts, I think we've already agreed to do something with the shirts and limit the short
Right.
sleeves. We've already
Right.
looked at that.
And again, and that's
That's where we're going anyways.
Completely, and that's completely understandable because again, we see the times change. We've seen that these generic type of police shirts have slowly kind of disintegrated from the police department, especially ours. We see mostly we're using these polos, and it's a consistent appearance. So that's kind of the position why we're still asking for it to go back into the contract with the equipment list.
All right, we'll set that one aside then.
We also have a change to XX5 on that.
So
So
the
this,
last pay period.
so the 750 prorated per year, instead of getting the payment in January, we'd like to move that to September, so it's actually after they've already done the year, so there is no payback concerns. So the language would be, this allowance shall be paid 1 installment annually during the last pay period in September. On departure of the assignment, the employee will receive the prorated share for the time in the assignment. So that way there's no concerns about having to pay back any money if they were reassigned at that point.
Is that something you gave to us before? That was what you just read, or?
This language is new.
No, okay.
I can give you this.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Yeah.
And that has the two, Wayne, that has the two pairs of shoes. But as you heard Jared say, it's not written in there, but the union is agreeable to helping to understand the offset of some of those costs by possibly, reducing a Class B shirt.
Right.
Okay. Workers' comp.
Hang on just a second. So
Okay.
what you handed to me was, looks like there's two different ones there.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh.
that might be the old one. Just that first, just this, yep.
One's got the blue.
I'll ignore that one.
Thank you, sir. Okay, on workers' comp, I think conceptually, the union's not opposed to the PAT test as a part of the workers' comp article. What we want that's we'd have to work on is if someone successfully completes the course or the process that's under point 4, the union would like to see members rewarded with 12 hours of vacation to their leave bank. That's one. And then the second thing is there's some verbiage in here that it's non-disciplinary if someone doesn't pass it. And that's consistent with what Greg and I have found in negotiating for other police unions here in Volusia County, particularly New Smyrna Beach. They added a PAT test, but it's non, the person doesn't get terminated if they don't pass.
What does happen?
They get a second, I think they get, is it three opportunities?
3 opportunities.
And they, 3 opportunities to pass it. And then ultimately, if they can't pass due to some medical reason, they have to still get be able to perform the essential functions of a police officer from their position as a baseline. And if they've got if they've had knee surgery or hip surgery, back surgery, there's something comparable they can do, whether it be a stationary bike, something that would be permissible in lieu of maybe some of these things that they may not be physically able to do anymore. So, I mean, you guys weigh in, but from what I understand, we're not opposed. We just would like something to reward, that being a 12 hours to the leave bank once they pass it, and then.
Yeah, so it'd be 12 hours every 2 years for people.
You got some language for us or just?
We didn't write a sentence out for that, but
Well, obviously that has a monetary impact on us, so we'll certainly take it into consideration, but if you got language, that'd be helpful.
and then just something about it not being, if someone does not fit, it's done that a couple times when we've been in here. If someone doesn't.
That's our recording device.
Must be full.
Yeah.
If someone doesn't complete the test within the specified time, like you have here under the A through H, they should be given a second opportunity within 30 days or something of that nature. We can send over some language perhaps on that. Or
So it'd be okay if the discipline would be after it's like 3 strikes, is that?
You give them an opportunity to pass it.
Yes.
And there'd be several opportunities prior to
Yes,
proposal.
it's,
And then at some point in time, if they couldn't pass it, then.
There's
they
no
could-
language in here.
It's not in here now, yeah.
Yeah, it's,
you've got the bona fide medical condition, chief, under 6. I do see that. Will be dealt with on an individual basis.
Yeah, I don't think it was in there. I think Amy and I had a discussion.
And the dismissals, if we have to separate an employment due to health reasons, that's a non-disciplinary dismissal. So I want to make sure that
Well,
we're not categorizing that as discipline, but unfortunately, we do have situations where.
you don't want it to be an ADA situation like yeah, I understand. And obviously, it's not unlawful. Wayne knows, you know too, probably, Matt, and even I'm sure from HR, Jamie, that an employee has to be able to perform the essential functions of the job. If they can't, then they can't. Then it's not discriminatory to let someone go if they can't physically do
And that's
it.
what I wanted to hit on.
Yes.
Is that.
And a police officer obviously requires some physical capabilities. So we could I know we can't TA this right now, I guess, but unless we want to take a few minutes, we could propose.
No, I
A
think the whole
provision.
12-hour leave bank is something we're going to have to discuss. Too.
Okay.
That has some monetary implications, obviously.
Okay.
So the other part may not be as problematic.
Okay.
Because, that's typical that you get a couple shots at doing it and then ultimately you don't. It's pretty rare, but people can't pass
Okay.
it. Ultimately, they have to be separated. But the other part, the 12 hours leave is no problem.
You guys want to talk?
But send us some language. That's
Okay.
fine. We'll work
I'll
on
make a
pages
note
later.
here. You want to do wages later? Making a note here to send language, right, PAT.
Discuss wages.
Determination. Yeah, why don't we, Justin suggested, I think it might be good, let's maybe discuss wages.
All right.
We might not be as far off as you might have thought. In fact,
We don't think we're far off at all, yeah.
in fact, we noticed that your year one at 1984 is actually even 5 cents higher than what we had proposed. So that's the encouraging part. Where we're apart,
That's
and
what
this-
they proposed.
right?
5% more than what they proposed.
Yeah.
Not what we proposed.
Where we're apart is that yours caps out at 15. And we've got, I think Sergeant Carmen said, approximately 1/4 of our bargaining unit is the 16 to 20s. So we've got a proposal. I think I sent it down. That's
But I
pretty,
think we're going to present that. We're just going to go continue with their numbers.
okay.
Yeah.
If we continued on with your, where you left off at 15, at 26, 27, we've got a counter proposal for years 16 through 20.
With the same percentages from 11 to 15, the 2.02, 1.98, just continue that through 20.
Because as it is right now, I guess a 16-year officer is going to get 15-year pay, right? Because it's
Yep.
stopping.
And a 20-year officer is going to get 15
And a
years.
20-year officer is getting 15-year pay. So it does obviously reward your longevity, your officers to maybe not leave and go somewhere else where other agencies are compensating more after 15 years.
To be clear, based on the dates above, this is the 1-year wage deal.
It's a 1-year wage deal, right?
Okay. Just wanted to get that out.
And then did we have years beyond year 10 on sergeants?
No, we stopped at 10.
Okay. So our counter is really just for years 16 through 20 for officers at using the same percentages. of
That's a
increase.
quarter of your bargaining unit, right?
Is that right, Carmen?
That's correct, 22%.
22%.
Then we can go there.
I mean, these are the guys that have been left behind in the last several contracts.
And they're the most loyal to the department.
You
Nice
know?
to take care of them.
But Justin's doing, he's just running the calculation using the same, so we can hand that over to you. Like year 16 would be 2679, for example. So it's, what about 50 cents higher, 52 cents higher? Than 15.
All right, well, what we gave to you was pretty much our limit in terms of dollars, so I don't think we can go there, but we'll set that one aside too, since we got others.
How many positions are currently, this is a question that, for any of you, are in the, are funded but unfilled right now? Do we know?
I believe it to be 14, I believe. That's off the top of my head.
Okay, approximately 14, Chief. Reason we ask that is, obviously, those are dollars that, for a 1-year deal, are already in the budget that we contend would be available to accomplish without a big financial impact. So those 14 positions that were already funded,
All right, what else? Looks like you gave me 3.
Those were
Commercial
the
procedure?
TA ones from last time. They just gave clean copies of them.
Oh, okay.
By the way, before we jump into the last two to discuss, I guess today, grievances and discipline, were you all okay, or did you have a chance to talk about our on-call?
Yeah, we're, just for the record, from what I understand, that this whole 20-minute thing has not been an issue. It's not really been enforced. No one's been disciplined for not arriving in 20 minutes. But be that as it may, we're fine with just changing it to as expeditiously as possible.
Okay,
So if you got a clean copy of that, we can tee it out.
we do not, but if Heather can print us one, thank you, Heather. Okay, before we discuss these, I want to ask if our understanding is correct, because we had time to read and digest this. In the overview, it appears what Wayne, you and the city are proposing on grievances and discipline is that grievances would be, would cover grievances and, well, first of all, arbitration, only issues related to contract interpretation or a violation would go to arbitration.
Correct.
Okay. Discipline obviously is subject to the discipline article. So the grievances and arbitration procedure as it's proposed are really only going to address if we believe article blank has been violated or something's been changed without bargaining for it.
Yeah, we agreed to 10 holidays and we only gave you 6.
Okay,
Whatever.
so, okay.
Speaking of that, here's the holidays.
In that vein, I think we are pretty much in agreement. In fact, our only change, which really I think benefits you guys, is to, on the first one, on the last sentence of point 1, where you have disciplinary actions taken against bargaining unit employees shall not be the subject of the grievance procedure. We kind of reversed it to say disciplinary actions shall be subject to the disciplinary action procedure set forth in article blank, meaning that we're kind of saying the reverse, but instead of in the negative, we're saying all discipline, you go to this other article. We're fine with the rest of your language on the whole first page. The second page, step 3 should be step 2. I think we talked about that right out of the gate this morning. The only thing where we disagree on this arbitration and grievance article, again, with the understanding this is only going to deal with contract interpretation issues, is we're not in favor of the and or their designee for the city manager level under step 3. And here's why. If it involves a contract interpretation, which we all agree that's what we're talking about, we believe the city manager would be the most appropriate person to hear that. And or designee could literally be, city manager could say, I want my secretary to determine, or I want the janitor, or I want, as written, you could see the logical extension you could go to. It could literally be anybody that the city manager designates. So we think this one should be, because we're talking about contract interpretation and contract issues, needs to remain the city manager. Other than that, we're in agreement with this article.
Tell me again on the going back to XX1.
Yeah.
I've got in here disciplinary actions taken against bargaining unit employees shall not be subject to this grievance
Right.
procedure. You want to change that to
Could be
what?
disciplinary actions taken against bargaining unit employees shall be subject to the disciplinary action procedures, capital D on disciplinary and A on actions, since that's the title of the article, set forth in article blank, whatever it becomes, once it's all renumbered.
But we would need to add and not this grievance procedure. I don't want any confusion on this.
You don't think that what I just
No.
wrote
I mean, I
clarifies that?
don't think it does.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't.
Well,
make
how about
it clear.
solely? Disciplinary actions shall be subject
Tell me
solely
what's
to.
wrong with just saying what I've said? I mean, it makes it pretty clear that disciplinary actions are subject to a different procedure and not this grievance procedure. I don't see why that. I
All
want
right,
it,
that's
Gary,
fine.
I want it as clear as we can make it. You know what I mean?
I guess we can live with that. I mean, I think we're splitting hairs, but that's fine.
All right, so leaving that language in, then the only thing you want is the city manager
Yeah,
as opposed to the designee.
yeah, we just strike out the, or designate and take out the word may and
That's all right.
and shall, yeah. City manager shall meet, yeah,
Let me just talk for just a minute. We'll be right back.
okay.
Here's some clean ones on this holidays, insurance, and authorized use of private vehicles and both.
And we gave you the wage one, that, only one copy of it, if y'all want to look at that for years 16 through 20, that's based on your percentages.
That I think we're gonna have to save for, I just don't, well,
We've already gotten feedback in real time that what's proposed would not pass. We've got enough time in here to verify that.
holidays, authorized use of private vehicle, insurance, and both.
And Heather or Jamie, if one of y'all could make a hard copy of that one page of the wages, so y'all can be looking at that for years 16 through 20, when y'all are in your own caucus.
We're gonna take out.
What caucus?
Or
You caucus?
So there's the clean copy of hours of work and overtime.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Clean copies, I think we're keeping those right.
Breaking?
For just a minute.
Oh, and he'll sign this
All right, so on grievances and arbitration, we're okay with taking out the designee portion for the city manager. So we've done that. We're ready to TA that if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I think that covers it.
All right, there's a clean copy of that.
Okay. Oh, we do have some suggested verbiage that we get, while he's signing that.
Yeah.
DOT.
I'll just read that out.
Okay, we'll rewrite that and resend it. Okay. I think it was in an earlier proposal, but we'll resend that.
Step 3, right?
So it looks like we're down to disciplinary action.
Yeah, disciplinary action, of course, wages and duration of agreement is what for today. That's right, you said set aside duration.
Set aside duration, I mean, we're talking a 1-year
Okay.
agreement, but
Okay. All right, disciplinary action. There's a lot of the language we're agreeable to. There's a few things that we need to talk about. In the first provision, so let me just walk through this and then I'll explain our rationale. Knowing that, again, the grievance and arbitration article is going to be for contract disputes. We believe that in that first sentence, it needs to say, may only be disciplined for just cause.
and just to get the skunk on the table.
Uh-huh.
Our proposal is to have just cause for termination. Your
Right.
proposal would be to have just cause for all disciplinary actions, including reprimands and the whole shoot match.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Correct. And the reason for that is, if you have it just for termination, obviously you can suspend an officer for up to 180 days. That would effectively terminate someone, but that person wouldn't be entitled to even having just cause. If the union were to accept it as proposed, someone would have to find another job. They couldn't pay their bills, they couldn't take care of their family, they'd have to find another job.
All right, so we got that difference. I get
Right,
that.
and the other reason, obviously, we want just cause for everything, any level of discipline is, again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but NAGE has it for city employees.
Yeah, I get all that.
Lieutenants have it,
We got it.
firefighters have it.
Okay, there's our distinction. I get it.
So we would want, obviously, the last sentence in the next sentence, still in point 1, terminated would be changed to discipline. The last sentence would come out. Step 1, we would take out the words including termination, and we would want everything across the board to be 10 days instead of 7 calendar days. That would make it consistent, because it has 10 days for the chief of police under step 2. So throughout, we would make this 10 calendar days. I've also proposed, I hand wrote a sentence at the end of step 1 that if the 10th calendar day falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or city recognized holiday under this agreement, it shall be extended to the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or city recognized holiday. Step 3, same thing that we did in the one we just recently TA'd, taking out the or the designee for city manager. I'm taking out may to be shall.
And that's at step 2 or step 3?
Step 3,
Step 3 for the police chief.
no. And the city manager, step 3. We're okay with, I
No,
guess.
you're right. Okay, you're right.
With the step 2, the chief of police or their designee. But in step 3, 2 lines from the bottom, the city manager shall meet with agreement. Then
Gotcha,
10.
gotcha.
Okay. Step 4, we're okay with the language, again, other than changing 7 to 10 calendar days, but adding a sentence at the end. And we think the city would be receptive to this. Only discipline involving suspension, demotion, or termination shall be permitted to advance to arbitration.
Say that one more time.
Only discipline involving suspension, demotion, or termination shall be permitted to advance or proceed, whatever, either of those two words, to arbitration. So the idea being, just cause for any discipline, you can only go up through step 4. I'm sorry, it'd be step 3, because step 4 is arbitration. Step 3 for anything except suspension, demotion, or termination.
So you get a written reprimand. It goes through these steps, but not to arbitration.
To the city
You
manager.
get a demotion, it goes to arbitration.
It can,
It
yeah.
can. Same with termination, and same with
Correct.
suspension, at any
Suspension.
level, any day, any
Right.
number of days.
Because the suspension involves obviously pay loss and future promotion privileges possibly, et cetera. And then the only other change I think we saw was on the last page under G, about the precedents, I guess we'll call it. Instead of under the then current chief's administration, we are counter proposing within the past 10 years. I guess we need to say within the past 10 years from the date of the incident.
Incident.
From the date of the incident at issue.
How long you been here? 5?
So that's our reasons. Well, there's one other reason I think while we're in joint session here, just to say, as a further reason, this comes from the officers' point. This is not Kerry Wilson talking, but I think Jared made an excellent point. I'll summarize, but he can opine on it a little bit too, if you'd like. Obviously, from a recruitment standpoint, I don't need to tell you that on the hiring end, if the word will get out that, oh, you mean I can be terminated without just cause? And obviously, your officers, chief, on the front line, lieutenants, the reason lieutenants having just cause is a hot button for us is lieutenants are in an office most of the time. They're reviewing paperwork. They roll up on a scene after the person's in cuffs. The chances of them even needing just cause to terminate are pretty rare, if you think about it. They're not on the front line. But if you have your men and women in uniform on the front line, just like the firefighters get just cause, your city janitors got just cause under the NAGE contract. Your city employees have it. So we're not asking for anything that's unreasonable. We're saying give them the same thing that every other city employee gets, and that's just cause. And it's going to have a chilling effect within the department towards hiring, retention. I mean, it's a morale killer to think, Jared, any of these men here at the table with me, as written, if this is accepted, which it can't be, and I mean, we're already hearing strong feedback from the unions watching that are texting in. They won't accept it because they just see the inherent unfairness of it.
All right, we get it. All right, so it looks like we've got still open wages, disciplinary action, annual leave, workers' comp, and
Uniforms.
uniforms and probationary.
Association representatives, management rights. And duration.
And duration. So that was 1, 2, 3.
Wages, disciplinary action, annual leave, workers' comp, uniform.
9. I've got 9.
Tell me what yours are.
Management rights,
Yeah,
association reps, probationary employees, annual leave, uniforms and equipment, workers' comp, PAT, wages, disciplinary action, and duration. What's that?
I said I have the same list.
Okay.
All right, sounds like we're gonna need one more session to see if we can't reach an agreement. You gonna get me some stuff?
We can send you some verbiage on the PAT for the disciplinary or non-disciplinary suggestion
Yeah.
on that.
All
I
right.
think that's the only thing we owe you. Let's see. Was that it? Is there anything else?
That was it.
We've sent you the wage studies. I know Justin did a few days ago, I believe. And then we gave you today a proposal for years 16 through 20.
Did you give us that, or did you give it to us verbally, or did you give us that?
We gave it to you. in
Okay,
writing.
okay.
Did anybody, did Jared or anybody have anything they wanted to add that I'm, but I don't want anybody to have an opportunity, miss an opportunity to get anything you wanted to add on?
I got a question. If the just cause is only gonna go back 10 years, is that gonna be the same limitation to go back into the officer's previous discipline? Kind of weighing that out.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I had proposed that language about, the chief being able to limit it to his administration, just so. And I've run into this in other circumstances where you have things that occurred, not just in a police department, but elsewhere, that in years gone by may have been overlooked. But let's just call the example I got as a racial comment. Years ago, racial comments were made and people didn't think much of them. And there wasn't a lot of discipline handed out and that sort of thing. Well, obviously that's changed, That's a big deal nowadays, and it should be. So what this is designed to do is to try to make it so that we're not bound by past practice forever on circumstances like that. We want to be able to have certain things treated more severely nowadays than they were in years gone by. That's just the way I envisioned it.
Yeah, we understand that, but here's our position also is if Grimaldi leaves and we get a new chief, now our contract says there is no past practice. Because it's
I
only
hear
set
you.
to that
No,
new
I
chief.
get that. I get that. Okay.
And so that's why a year
No,
limit.
That's fair. That's a fair
Yeah.
point. Okay. And that's why you want the 10 years.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna change our past practice, something that's been allowed to happen, you need to put the officers on notification anyway.
Yeah.
This is no longer acceptable, and then you hammer them out.
Yeah, a new administration
You
comes
may-
in and says that. And
I told you when I would let you know when I disagree with things, and I'll let you know when I agree with things. And I'm agreeing with you on that. I can see where that would.
Yeah.
So let me think about that and see if 10 years might be a bit much, but I get it.
Can we talk about annual leave? Because it seems to me like the only hangup is the language on if the guys aren't allowed to use it, them getting paid.
Is that the 320 mark?
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
big
the
one.
320 thing. It seems like we should be able to hammer something out on that and get that done. I mean,
Well, that's a financial consideration on that part, though. If you do what you're asking us to do, it's
No, no, no.
cost of the
what
city.
I'm saying is it's a special circumstance now, and in the past, the city has done that in special circumstances. If they put that in here in writing somehow, I think we could get past this.
we could extend it more than 2 months. Because in the past, you've extended it until December, correct? You know,
Yeah, we did that through a letter of understanding. I think the benefit in the contract, is the benefit in the contract. And looking over the sick leave buyback annually, I don't have it broken down, but, it was almost $120,000, for the PD that benefit was paid last year. So, and that's only a portion of the unit that has that benefit. So you have to imagine, agreeing to that type of cash out at the end of the year is a big nut for us to crack. So,
Okay, but how do we then
solve that
explain to
problem.
the guys that we're not gonna let you take vacation and we're gonna take vacation hours away from you? How do I'm not even sure that would be lawful.
Is that what's happening, that they're not allowed to take vacation time? And
We-
then it's,
We have been advised that the vacation time will be looked at and approved only if
Based
we
on
can do
manpower.
it based on manpower. So if we're short and there's a new contract guy who asks for time off, it can be denied. And then if
But we
it's
haven't, we
denied.
haven't denied anybody yet, right?
Correct,
And we've been
100%,
down 14,
100%,
15,
we
16
have-
people for a
right.
while, so
yes.
not to say that it could get worse, it could get better,
Right.
but I understand why I head off issues before they become
Right.
issues, but, you know, we haven't gotten.
Yeah, and nobody's arguing that it's happened.
She has-
We're just saying that it's there and it's, the letter's out there. And the first time it does happen, we would like to have an answer for the guys. You know,
Before we all break, I think I just realized we may have a.
And you're saying you'd rather have that in the MOU? Is that what I'm understanding?
So if we're having unique circumstances, what I'm saying is to change the inherent benefit versus addressing a unique circumstance. Like, you know, I think it was a hurricane one year, it was COVID the next year. You know, I think we've shown that we've been reasonable to say, okay, because it's usually, you know, I think it's a very big difference between changing the benefit going forward, you know, giving this implied, we'll cash you out,
gotcha.
versus, hey, we really did have a circumstance we need to talk about together and come to an agreement on because we know that causes an issue. And I get that doesn't provide you guys any guarantee, I get that. But changing the benefit is a large impact financially that I don't know we'd be in a position to agree to.
My bad. I thought maybe
Well,
we
no,
could get to
no.
that.
It's why we're here is to talk this stuff out.
It just dawned on me, I know this on this T8 article on grievances and arbitration, that one sentence that you and I talked about at the end of the first point one.
Right.
I'm wondering now, in light of what I told you our counter proposal was on disciplinary action about arbitration would apply at only discipline involving suspension, demotion, or termination shall be permitted to advance or proceed to the arbitration. I think that last sentence in grievances now may now need to be closer to what I had said, that disciplinary action shall follow.
When we T8, what does it say?
It says disciplinary action taken against bargaining unit employees shall not be subject to the grievance procedure.
To this grievance
No,
procedure.
That's great.
It's not.
This grievance procedure.
Yeah,
Okay,
We're
so
okay.
we're still
Yeah,
leaving
yeah,
it.
yeah.
we're okay.
I want to make sure it wasn't.
This one.
Okay.
No, no, no.
We're okay.
There's a separate one over there.
Yeah, that's why we said this.
Okay, this one. The this is what's important.
There you go.
All
right.
It all depends on what is, right?
Yeah.
What our former president said.
All right, so when we want to meet again, I think our next one might be tomorrow, Fisher Cut Bait, my dad would say.
Fisher Cup date's all right.
Well,
You've heard that before, haven't you?
Yes,
Fisher Cut Bait?
I've said it before.
I am leaving to go to the Virgin Islands tomorrow morning with my family and will not be back until January 4th. So it has to be after that.
I think you gotta wear a mask there, or they arrest you.
Yeah, well, you got to get a COVID test, which I did. Unfortunately, I'm negative, so yeah, you got to wear a mask there. That's the British Virgin Islands. Those people, I don't know if you saw the story.
I thought it was Cayman.
No, it was the British Virgin Islands. Those people went over there illegally.
Oh,
They
yeah,
didn't
it's 6 or
show their
7,
passports,
any of
register with
those.
customs and all that, and they got detained. And that's the,
Okay.
yeah, so this is the American Virgin Islands, which is different. Oh, yeah, if I'm detained, I'll need one of you guys to come help me
I
get
mean,
out.
that's where.
7 if we got to.
what'd you say, the 5th, 6th, or 7th?
January
Yeah.
5th is
Yeah.
a Tuesday, and you have 6 or 7.
5th or 6th would be most preferable to me.
Which day?
5th or 6th. either.
You. Give us just a minute to talk for a second.
Okay. Fifth is the first day. 3 days shall be ineligible for promotion for a period of 6 months. Then it goes above that for 4 to 9. If we change literally from 1 to 3 to 2 to 3 in the promotional article, then we could accept the idea you were floating of the multi-day, anything above a multi-day, demotion, and termination going to arbitration. Does that make sense?
I understand it. Yeah. Let me chew on that.
You're not getting buy-in in the other room, is what you're saying.
But we'll talk about it.
Anyway, that was what we just
Okay.
started thinking about.
All right.
January 6th.
Don't make me come too early on the 6th, please.
8 a.m.
6:30.
7 a.m.
1 o'clock?
Will you be more,
1 o'clock would be great.
a
right.
little bit more agreeable at 1?
I'd be a lot more agreeable at 1 o'clock than I would be.
1 o'clock could work.
Would 1 o'clock work?
1 o'clock.
6 at 1 o'clock.
January 6th.
All right. Let's reach an agreement then, huh?
That'd be great.
Hey, we're ready
We're ready
today.
to agree to that.
So we're ready to
Yeah. Well,
drive home in a new car today. What will it take to earn your business today?
6 at 1 o'clock.
Well, I think we know there's, 9 articles. We've given you our position on all of them, except we owe you some language on the PAT thing.
Yeah, send it to me.
What was it?
1/6/21 at 1 PM. This room, we'll make sure we hopefully get it.
Are we gonna schedule till 5?
Yeah, let's just schedule the rest of the day. How's that?
And we could do noon if you want, but I was just,
No,
I'm going
one's,
after lunch.
one's great.
Okay.
I'll be much more agreeable.
There's no time, let's see, BVI's, you're in the same time zone, I think.
I'm actually not in the British Virgin Islands, I'm in the US Virgin Islands.
And you can't travel to the BVI's right now.
No, you can throw to jail.
Yes.
Oh, you can't go in there?
Yes, and I think they're actually an hour ahead of us.
Are you gonna be on a sailboat or?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we did that in the British Virgin Islands a few years ago. My son he's got his captain's license.
Oh.
So we're actually gonna rent it without a captain.
So-
Who are you going through?
He arranged all that. Virgin Islands sailing or something like
Okay.
that. I don't know.
I have a friend who, I can't remember the name of it now,
What's the name of that?
who used to represent and actually rent the boats.
Oh, yeah.
What's the name of it?
They're cool. I mean, they can sleep on them.
CYA. CYA.
That might be it. I
Yeah,
think that might be it.
You're gonna go
Yeah.
Joe's-
That sounds familiar.
that's who she worked for, CYA.
Do you do the snorkeling and all that?
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Snorkeling, fishing.
You going to, go to Joseph Van Dyke and?
See, now that's all in the British Virgin Islands.
Mm.
Joseph Van Dyke is over there.
I went there for the first time last year. Got a
Did you,
friend who had a.
did you do the jump?
Oh, yeah. Off of Willie T's?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Did you do the
I
jump?
didn't do it
Oh, the
naked.
thing- You didn't do it naked?
No.
Oh, that's the whole point of
Wait,
it.
the thing, it looks like an old Mississippi
Mhm.
paddle boat?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that guy's got a little gold mine on stilts or whatever it is.
They say that's the second best New Year's Eve party
I've heard that.
behind Times Square in the world.
I heard that.
The second biggest
Um,
New Year's Eve party. I've never been for New Year's.
you go to what's that one island down there called Anaconda? It's the one that looks most like Florida because it's kind of
Might be
flat.
Anaconda.
And I remember we pulled
Yeah.
up and they have a little dock there and there's lobsters and
In the
fresh
gut.
lobsters in baskets right there and they were grilling them on the beach.